Hey, what's going on, guys? Meteorologist Jonathan Keg is back with you. I think we got all of that technical stuff worked out. So we're going to hang with you probably for the next 30 minutes to an hour here. We have a newscast on News 6 if you're in the greater Central Florida area. So tune in at 6:30 for us there, and we will see... I'm just getting new warnings coming in. Tropical storm warning issued until further notice for Marion County. We were in that watch on the eastern side, but just watching some things. So you may have seen the loop going through. I kept that on for you guys, and we have the 5 o'clock advisory in, so that's going to be the new track. So let's take a look at that together, and we're going to pull this out into the future and look to see if there's been any significant track movement anyway. Let's see what is going on with the source. Matt, this should be on number 3. And also what we're going to take a look at, you see those tornado warnings around the Port Charlotte area as well. I'm just loading back the other weather computer, and it'll take just 1 second to get through there. And then we're going to break all that stuff down. We're going to take a look at the latest track to see if there have been any significant changes there. And let me get back into all of this. That is the model. We'll break that down a little bit later as well. And then here we go. So maybe a little bit to the east, just a little more. You see there the center of the cone. Now we can start it to increase that a little bit, or shrink that, I should say. Coming ashore right along the Big Bend around the Perry area. Again, this is very similar to where Idalia made landfall. You'll notice, though, as of 5 o'clock, movement has slowed just a smidge, and we have seen things stay steady in terms of the pressure and the miles per hour, the pressure, and the wind speed. 65 mile per hour tropical storm right now. You do see, though, that the wind speeds have come down just a little bit. Now expected to make landfall as an 85 mile per hour Category 1. That hurricane warning remains in effect for Taylor County, Florida, Madison County, Florida, Suwannee County, Florida, Dixie, Florida, Wakulla County. Getting into Georgia, we have Brooks, Lawrence County, and then Laner County as well. So those are where we have the hurricane warnings in play. I mentioned before that now all of Marion County in a tropical storm warning, and that is to account for that starting to be that easterly jog into the Big Bend of Florida. One thing to note, and let me get back to the radar for this, and again, post your comments in the comment section. Let's get down toward the Tampa area, down towards the Port Charlotte area. Excuse me. Let's bring our radar back up. We need to work out of the Tampa radar. But here are a couple of ugly supercells. We certainly have a little bit going on. There's not a ton of rotation in these, but these tropical tornadoes, they spin up and spin down really quick. So Punta Gorda, we're under that tornado warning. That's going to be for Charlotte County, Florida, until 5:30. And then for Sarasota County, Florida, we have that tornado warning. It's a separate one until 5:30 as well. I'm going to zoom this back out. We also have one well to the south and west, southwest of Golden Gate. We're going to be really working at, we don't have a radar in Southwest Florida. That's one of the big deals. The closest one to that is either going to be the Florida Keys or the Tampa radar. Let me see if we can work. That's the Tallahassee radar, Tampa. It's Miami. So we have 3 active tornado warnings now, and this was to be expected as we moved through the evening to increase that tornado threat just a little bit. One of the things that we are going to watch from a Central Florida perspective to see if we have any shenanigans going on with these storms here that are going to start eventually trying to move closer to the Orlando area. Let me put a timer on this or a lapse on this so that we can see the movement of these bands. And as all of this shifts in that direction, that's where we're going to watch the potential for some stronger storms throughout the course of the evening. Have some questions about about the track shifting closer to Central Florida with the last advisory. Not really. It may have jogged to the east just a little bit. That's why, and mainly like to the north and east. That's why we saw Marion County, the eastern side that was in a tropical storm watch, now be in a tropical storm warning, meaning that we could likely see tropical storm conditions within the next 24 hours. I have a question about Lake County as well, potentially getting added to the tropical storm warning. I don't make that call, but I would doubt it. I really don't see tropical storm conditions being observed in Lake County. I mean, we could have wind gusts 50 to 60 miles an hour, which is tropical storm force, but we need the help of those thunderstorms that are sliding through. So I don't think we're going to see that sustained tropical storm force winds that are needed to have a tropical storm warning in effect, if that means. Okay, so I have a question about Clearwater. Right now, some heavy rain coming through Clearwater. Let me get back to the Tampa radar so that we can get a much better view here. That's where the heaviest stuff is. Some big-time rain in St. Pete Beach coming through. Let's look at the this is a really good graphic here. This really matches up with the kind of the impacts throughout the state of Florida. The biggest flooding risk is in red here, through Spring Hill, Dade City, Zephyr Hills, the western side of Marion County, the western side of Sumter County, Bushnell, Coleman, Nobleton, Denellen in Marion County, again, Fort McCoy through Gainesville, and then up to where it's likely going to make landfall, somewhere in the Big Bend. And I want to get to kind of show you, let's see, radar. Melbourne, radar. And like, we're going to keep on looking at these guys here. So far, nothing spinning. There's some shear being picked up on that one. We're going to watch this cell here. This is on the Brevard-Osceola County line. It has that kind of look a little bit. The computer's picking up on some shear right there. There's a little bit of spin in it. So we're going to watch that one. That is drifting. That is drifting eventually into eastern Orange County. So we're going to keep a close eye on that one over the next little bit of time. Let's zoom this back. Let's go check in for our friends that might be tuning in from Tampa. This is going to be... We have the dual tornado warnings here, certainly supercellular in nature. There are the couplets. So let's get closer for you. Right around the Murdoch area. This is about to close in on I-75 around Warm Mineral Springs in Northport. This is just north of 41. If you know of anybody there, again, we're closer to Port Charlotte now in Punta Gorda. The rotation now at this one really coming into downtown Port Charlotte. That is right there, and it's kind of staying on the western end of that polygon. So if you're watching from Punta Gorda, the worst is over for you. That is lifted to the north, but some very heavy rain around Charlotte Harbor into Port Charlotte, and also the potential for a tornado to develop there due to the fact that we have rotation picking up. Or being picked up, and that kind of takes the noise out of it. This is our rotation tracker right through Port Charlotte. Let's go up the road. I was talking about that before. So getting ready to cross I-75 just north of Northport. This is going to be in Sarasota County, Florida. Manatee County, Florida, also in this tornado warning, but the worst of this weather at this point is going to be right along the I-75 corridor in Sarasota County. I don't think Volusia County is getting 4 to 5 inches of rain, and it's going to be really hard unless you get a thunderstorm to get wind gusts of the to get winds at 50 miles an hour. So I just don't agree with that part. I mean, one of these could drop 4 to 5 inches of rain in a short amount of time, so be on the lookout for that. But I mean, they've got to get to Volusia County, and that's still going to be hard to do. All right, let's get back to Melbourne radar. Let's check out these guys. Not seeing a ton, thankfully. Heaviest rain right now going into Claremont, Groveland, Mineola, Montverde through Oakland, west side of Orange County. Okay, so Polk County for Jesse. It looks like this is what we're going to be watching pinwheel through the evening. So let me put kind of a tracker on here for you, or the time lapse. So there's the band, and it's lifting up. So we'll be watching for Polk County in a couple of hours if that stays convectively active, as we call it. If we keep that rolling, let me get to. We're on the Tampa radar. So that's where everything is right now. That's where the worst of the weather is, bar none, right along the Gulf Coast of Florida. Yeah, in Hernando County for Weeki Wachee, it's one. I mean, you're in tropical storm warning. You could see that stuff, but yeah, this wasn't supposed to be that bad for you. Pensacola, I think you're going to be a little too far to the west. Here we are in Pensacola, and that storm is coming up in this direction. Landfall somewhere in here by the middle part of tomorrow morning. And then it'll go up in here and kind of try to stall out a little bit. So I think you're good in Pensacola. Sorry, CS in Citrus County. We do have some very there. There we are in Citrus. Let me get back to the Tampa radar. Make sure that it's on. And there's the heavy rain moving through Citrus as well. Marion County. Let me get to the Jacksonville radar. We're kind of in that weird spot. We talk about this a lot when we stream severe weather. That we need a radar right there, just like what we do in Southwest Florida as well, to really get in on the best of stuff. But right now, some super heavy rain getting ready to pinwheel in. Let me time this out for you. It's moving in that kind of direction. So Rainbow Falls, we're on top of us right now. Ocala Waterway in about 10 minutes. Marion Oaks in about 4. And into Ross Prairie in about 6 minutes, Ocala in about 25 to 30 minutes. That's when the heaviest rain starts to come through as well. So yeah, B says, don't get me wrong, it's raining, but had worse storms earlier this week. Normal afternoon stuff, absolutely, and that's one of the things that we were talking about. That for most of like the Florida peninsula, it was going to be more of like an afternoon thunderstorm with that threat for a tornado. So that's always been our biggest concern here at News 6 and the Pinpoint Weather Team was not a straight-up tropical storm, certainly not a hurricane, in the greater Central Florida area, peninsula area, but these waves of heavy rain that would have the potential to spin up a tornado because we had that induced wind shear from Debby, shifting the winds a little bit courtesy of her being in the Gulf of Mexico. So want to be clear about that too, that we're on here because people are wondering, people are asking about the weather. So we're here for everybody regardless. It doesn't have to be a major hurricane for us to be streaming or for it to be impactful. And here we go again. It's not a hurricane right now. I think this is, Kevin, it's happening as expected. It's expected to become a hurricane. It's not another flame-out storm by any means. It's happening very well. It was forecast to do exactly what it's doing. So this is a very, very good forecast with this storm. So not a flame-out by any means. Again, and it'll be a hurricane by tomorrow morning in the Big Bend. So So Orlando weather doesn't, at least from a TV standpoint, you guys don't get our signal from the Orlando area in Chiefland. But whenever we stream like this, we can obviously reach you. So we talk about stuff that's coming through. So yeah, we talk about Chiefland whenever we're on, and there we are. So you're about to get that super heavy rain band coming through. It's raining at a pretty good clip right now. It is getting ready to push in from pretty much from the Gulf of Mexico through, really spiraling up from Denellen. Gainesville should have their own TV station, yes. All right, so let's back this out. We're back to looking closer to the Big Bend and to the Nature Coast. We have one tornado warning in play. This is going to be around Port Charlotte and into Cape Coral. And for, hey, Jess, in Polk County as well, I know you can't get our signal from the Orlando station, but we do cover Polk County, especially depending upon what you are, where you live. If you download News 6 Plus, it is a free app for your smart TV or your Apple TV or Roku, Fire TV, whichever you may have to stream. And you can pick up our signal via the internet, via streaming. So that's a source for you. And that goes for anybody that wants to do that as well. If you're outside of the greater Central Florida area and can't pick up the Orlando news and want to stay updated on the tropics and things like that, we have built tropical loops that run all the time. So if you wanted to see what was going on out there in the tropics, we have a lot of stuff. We have statewide radar views in there. So even if you don't want to get the news coverage and it may not pertain to you, we do have statewide stuff that you can pretty much dial up on demand at any time as well. So just want to let you guys know of that. You got it, Melissa. All right, so we're still watching. Here we go. This is, let's check a look at the velocity on this. This is a pretty nasty couplet. This is just to the north of Port Charlotte. This is about to cross I-75, Sidell, in between Lake Susie and Sidell, right along the I-75 corridor. This is, again, going to be in Charlotte County, Florida. This is just north of Port Charlotte. We were watching this storm in Port Charlotte a little bit ago, and that is coming through just north of you guys now. The couplet looks to be strengthening just a little bit. Into Longboat Key, we have some super heavy rain, and we're going to be watching these guys. Let's check. So notice just offshore here of Anna Maria Island, Holmes Beach, like that might spin as it comes ashore. There are some super bright areas out here that we would have to watch, and it's going to be along the immediate Gulf Coast that has the highest tornado threat. And again, every now and then, just checking some stuff. Let me get to the Tampa feed and see if they're reporting any damage or anything like that. When I say Tampa feed, off to... Okay, so this just in, as we speak, Skywarn spotter in Port Charlotte appears. New funnel cloud near Peach Boulevard and I-75 heading north. So there's a reported funnel cloud with this. So you want to make sure you're taking this tornado warning seriously, and that's going to be with this right through here. Let me see. Going to see if I have any traffic cameras out that way and take a second to load them up. A lot of data coming in, but I just want to see if we can see anything crossing I-75. Again, this is going to be Peachland Boulevard. And I do not have any cameras in that area. So let me get back to the radar. Again, that funnel cloud was reported. If anybody's watching from Sarasota County, Florida, especially the east side, DeSoto County, Florida, this has moved out of Charlotte County, Florida right now. This is the area in question, so the circulation here would have crossed I-75. Let's pull up national. I want to go to Tampa. I want to go to see if this is no real clear-cut sign that it's touched the ground here, at least from, we can determine if something has touched the ground, if it's lofting up dust or debris or things like that. Not getting a clear-cut signature on that doesn't mean it's not on the ground, but there's certainly a funnel cloud trying to come down. And again, this is going to be in Sarasota County, Florida, on the east side along I-75 north of Port Charlotte. If you guys are familiar with that area, have anybody living there, have any friends going through. And again, this was always, in our opinion, again, the main threat. Kind of your routine heavy rain from your afternoon thunderstorm in these outer bands of Debby, with the potential to spin up these tropical tornadoes. Again, that's always the biggest threat when you're on that east side, when you're talking about something with the center staying off in the Gulf of Mexico, when you are bringing, when you're lifting that center towards the Panhandle. Now, it's going to be a different story for our friends around the Big Bend, for the Big Bend area, because that's where a hurricane is expected, and you're going to get those sustained hurricane force winds. But it's a little bit different, again, for the inland areas. New warning coming through. That's for a marine warning in Flagler County. So B has a question. So these tornadoes are smaller than Kansas, Oklahoma type, but still destructive. Nail on the head. We're not talking about those violent ones that you see in the tornado chasing movies or storm chasers going after. These typically spin up, spin down. They're typically, not always. There were some, if you remember, we were talking about Hurricane Beryl in Texas and parts of Oklahoma and into Missouri, Louisiana. There were a ton of big tornadoes with that one, very a-characteristic of that. But more often than not, when we're talking about a Florida perspective with a landfalling tropical system, EF0 to EF2. But they still do damage, and that's the key. And they're harder to detect than those ones in the plains because we have the radar going, but they can drop down in between the radar scans and things like that. So that's why it's almost a little more dangerous, because the warning doesn't come as much lead time, so to speak. So that's why we're watching anything that shows any kind of indication that it's trying to spin up. There's going to be a quick warning issued from the National Weather Service. And things like that. So that's one of the things that we are watching. Paula, I'm reading your question. Sorry if I missed it, but will that change in it moving from a northwest direction to a north direction cause more effects inland? So far, I haven't noticed much change with the track. It may have jogged a little further to the east, but that's really as it gets north of Marion County, and this is certainly trying to tighten up even further. So we're really going to watch that. If I turn on the shear marker, there it is right there. Thankfully, it does not look like there's too much in the way of homes in this area. Again, this is extreme eastern Sarasota County, kind of on the Sarasota-DeSoto line as that moves up. But again, these pulse up and pulse down so quickly. Let's go over, I want to go back to the Melbourne radar here and check in on some of these storms around Yeehaw Junction and the Florida Turnpike through Osceola County. So far, everything looks to be moving in a straight line. We can get a dabber here. So wind gusts within there. I mean, and that's what I'm talking about. So these wind gusts every now and then can get to tropical storm force. That's greater than 40 miles an hour, but we routinely see that on the afternoon or in an afternoon thunderstorm. And I think that's the best way, and that's how we were describing things leading up to this, kind of your afternoon thunderstorm with a tornado threat. And then kind of waves of that. Typically, if you lived in Florida, you get that really heavy rain, then the sun is out 15 minutes later. So it's a little different in the sense where we're going to have these waves or these periods of heavy rain coming through in the outer bands. They have a higher opportunity to spin. Typically, we're not talking about a tornado threat every day with our routine summer thunderstorms, but can certainly pack a punch here, 50 to 60 mile per hour winds, no doubt. We also have some stronger winds around Oak Ridge with this cell. This is coming up by the airport. Let's take a look at some of the measured or the estimated wind gusts. Again, 40 to 50 mile per hour wind, so it is raining at a pretty good clip. I do have access to traffic cameras in this area, so let me pull that up and see. I can put the radar over this as well. And we can pull up some of the radar to see what's going on here. So there you go. This is going to be the 527A Florida 417. That's what you're going to see in these things. When I was driving to work, I got caught in one of those tropical thunderstorms for sure and couldn't see for about 10 minutes. It was really, really hard to drive. So this is, if you don't have to go anywhere, don't. I mean, I don't think anybody wants to drive in something like that. Again, not making a bigger deal of this than it is. Again, we're here tracking this for anybody that wants information on the storm. But still, it is windy. You really can't see much here. And again, that's on the 417. We can take you, let's see, go further down. This is going to be on the turnpike. We're back into Osceola County now. This is going to be right around Geehaw Junction. The darker reds there indicating some of the heavier rain coming through. So some pretty heavy stuff. And then we'll just go back to the radar so we can show you the all of that is going on. So Don is asking about Mount Dora on the clickorlando.com page. If you're in a thunderstorm, you're going to have winds going 40 to 50 miles an hour. But I don't see, those sustained tropical storm force winds that you have coming through sometime. Oftentimes when we're talking about getting the brunt of a tropical storm or hurricane. So I would say no on that. But if you get caught in one of those thunderstorms, then you can have those stronger wind gusts. Somebody's asking for an hour by hour, and that's a good idea. We're going to pull that up. And then I have to go get ready for the newscast tonight. So if you're in the greater Central Florida area, or even if you're not, you can download News 6 Plus and watch us on News 6 Plus. But coming up at 6:30, we're going to have our traditional newscast on TV. Meteorologist Samara Kokinos and myself, we're going to be tracking the thunderstorms that are out there. We're going to have the latest update and the latest advisory coming in. And we're going to have the latest on the timing of these thunderstorms moving in and out. I want to show you this. I want to make sure this is the latest update here. This is our in-house model. It did very, very well with Hurricane Ian, so I do have a lot of trust in this. It picked up on that easterly jog in towards the Fort Myers area. So we're going to roll this through. And again, you clearly see that the worst of the weather overnight is going to be to the northwest of I-4 and then really closer to the I-75 corridor. So that's 3 o'clock in the morning. And where we're going to have the worst weather is right along the Big Bend Nature Coast area, just to the east of Tallahassee and then closer to the Florida-Georgia line. There it is spinning, and you can see the eye pop up and then move just to the east of Tallahassee. So there's an opportunity for Tallahassee to be in the northwest eye wall. The eastern eye wall should be the strongest. So Perry, we might take another eye wall, of course. We got that with the Dahlia last year. And then also, this is going to be an early heads up. If anybody's watching from the Steinhatchee area, we had some pretty nasty storm surge with the Dahlia. Now, this is going to be weaker than a Dahlia coming in, but still something to be mindful of. I've seen reports of some storm surge off the Tampa area. Over the last couple of hours and through this morning with that southwesterly to northeasterly push. And then there we go into tomorrow morning. Still some nasty downpours around, so morning commute, be on the lookout for that in the Central Florida area. Again, straight up hurricane conditions in the Panhandle and South Georgia at this time, at 11 o'clock tomorrow. and then kind of slowing down, and then we have just a few thunderstorms pinwheeling through central Florida. So there you go. There is the future radar. Alrighty, I am going to leave the loop up. So if you want to continue to have the conversation, with yourselves and just kind of watch the new updates coming in, the new models updating. I'm going to let that run right here, and then I'm going to hopefully be back shortly after the 6:30 news, unless there are tornadoes that we have to be on air for, or tornado warnings we have to be on air for. But my hope is to come back here right around 7 o'clock. But I'm going to let this roll live still and just keep this up to keep that. And again, I'll periodically come in and check questions and answer those in the comments as I can. But again, have to work on getting some of the stuff ready for the newscast coming up at about 6:30. Thank you guys for tuning in. And again, there's the official report before I go. Skywarn Spotter reported a funnel cloud near Peachland Boulevard and I-75 in Port Charlotte. So there's an update on that they certainly still have the history of producing at least funnel clouds. Thankfully, that is not reportedly touching down with that storm. If a tornado warning is issued, I'll pop back on here and we'll break that down beforehand before we get on to the actual newscast. But if anybody's watching from the central Florida area, the greater Orlando or Ocala area, into Sumter County, parts of Polk County, parts of Lake County, all of Lake County really, into Osceola, Brevard, Volusia, Seminole, into Flagler, post in the comments if you are going to be tuning in for the 6:30 news tonight on WKMG News 6. Meteorologist Samara Kokinos and I are going to be pinpointing the latest update on this system. For right now, though, I'm going to get you back to the tropical loop here so that you can watch the latest updates stream on in as we watch this going forward. That's going to be the central Florida loop. And then here's the tropical loop. Alrighty, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks for trusting us. And I'm hoping to be back at about 7 o'clock. So thank you, guys. Tune in, 6:30 on the newscast. We're going to have the latest on this. And just that last little flare up there, it looks like it's trying to complete its core and trying to strengthen a little bit going forward. And again, you see there by tomorrow morning, really at 2 a.m., they're expecting it to go from a 20 mile per hour jump from where it is now. So certainly some strengthening still to come. Alrighty, guys, we'll see you soon. Thank you so much. Hey, what's going on, guys? Meteorologist Jonathan Kagas back with you. We just cleared the 6:30 newscast on a Sunday evening, and we have a fresh severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for Brevard County, of course, in Florida, and we are watching this roll until 7:45. There's odd shapes in here, so that is what we're kind of looking at, these kind of bowing segments here. And this is really the most intense band in the central Florida area. We did have an earlier tornado warning on the northeast side of Alachua County. Over the last 30 minutes, we've had some tornado warnings around the Tampa area, especially around St. Pete and Largo, Palm Harbor, as the center that is now all the way up in here is really out here is working up. We'll take a look at the latest on the storm itself, but I do want to get in here and inspect to make sure that we have no shenanigans going on within these storms, because on a day like today, we've been talking about this, that a lot of these storms present themselves in waves, so it's not like this complete rush like it would be like a hurricane. And I'm not saying it's going to be that intense as a hurricane, but if you've gone through storms like this, it's kind of that relentless push for hours upon hours. When we're on this side of a tropical system, weak or strong, they come in waves when we're this far away from the center, and those waves can present themselves with severe weather and the potential for tornadoes. So that's really the level up when compared to an afternoon thunderstorm. There's that threat for a couple of tornadoes. So we're going to get real nitty-gritty with this. We're going to take some of the stuff here in Cape Canaveral. We are in that severe thunderstorm warning. Same for us in Merritt Island. We're going to get a little closer here. This is the velocity mode now, so I'm looking to see if the wind is going in the same direction or if it's twisting and stuff like this. And for right now, it appears that everything is moving in the same direction. In terms of the estimated wind gusts, anywhere from 55-ish miles per hour, 46 miles per hour around Titusville. So if anybody watching on the Merritt Island area and into Brevard County would love to know what you guys are seeing out there as well, when you can do so safely. So anyway, just looking at some of the comments that we left. So thank you guys for hanging. Thank you guys for still being here as we track Debby, still a tropical storm, but expected to become a hurricane later on this evening and late tonight before making landfall tomorrow around the Big Bend of Florida. Let's zoom this back out. We're going to get back to the actual radar picture and just getting another alert here from the Weather Service, just checking to see what they're showing. And they're talking about strong thunderstorms here in Seminole County. And this is really what I want to check up on. I want to make sure that everything's going in the same direction here. Some of this looks kind of ugly, and I would not be surprised if we do see a severe thunderstorm warning issued for parts of Seminole. In southern Volusia County, you see the wind speeds are estimated at about 65 miles an hour. We are a little further away from the radar, so that beam, the radar beam, is pointed a little bit higher up into the sky. So as that wind is being mixed down by the heavier rain, it's likely dissipating. But right off the bat, there are a few little bright areas in here. When you're talking about tropical tornadoes, that's what we are watching. And I really think after we get rid of this band right in through here in the next hour or two, it's going to push back out to sea. I think round one of these waves is basically going to be over for those that are to the east of I-75. West, that's where we're going to continue to see the more persistent rain coming through, and we'll have to watch for potential flooding issues along the I-75 corridor. So just want to keep you up to date on that. I want to go back to the Tampa radar and see there is the center of circulation itself. We're going to keep a close eye on Brevard County and Seminole and Volusia to make sure that everything's going to be spinning or not spinning, to make sure everything's going in the same direction. But I want to watch that kind of motion of the eye. It looks like it might want to try to, there it is right there, of course. And just watching to see maybe coming up in that direction a little bit as well, hugging on the right side of of that cone. And if it does so, again, tomorrow the severe weather threat is going to be up in here. So like northwest of I-4, Spring Hill, Ocala, Bunnell, Palm Coast, Marineland, Jacksonville, St. Augustine, Gainesville, into Lake City, southern Georgia included in that as we move forward as well. Okay. So that's the latest there. I think we just got. I'm going to see if that was. Okay, no, that was a tornado warning from before on the loop. Just want to make sure of that. And wow, that was a. I wonder if anything touched down. That was a nasty little hook on that one. This was earlier. Let's see. This was about 15 minutes ago. It looks like there's been a lot of flooding in Sarasota. If anybody is watching from Sarasota, we're getting reports of freshwater rescues from flooded intersections in Sarasota. Storm surge flooding reported in Oldsmar. And I've seen some pictures on the National Weather Service site. Southern Manatee County due to freshwater flooding. So, again, this is the one thing that we always say, and like that I stand by the most, that when it's just only a tropical storm, and we have people on here from before asking why we're covering this because it's only a tropical storm and that we're hyping it up, you see that only a tropical storm just caused some significant storm surge flooding in Oldsmar and has caused freshwater flooding in Manatee County and in Sarasota County. And people had to be rescued from that. So when we're covering this stuff, it's not that we're hyping it. It's because it is still impactful regardless of what category, or if it's not even a hurricane. These things are still impactful no matter what. And this is kind of a larger circulation too, which helps to push water forward. Let me check this out. Let's go to the Tampa radar. Let's go to the velocity side. Some very strong winds here, Palm Harbor, and then there's Oldsmar again, where we had some of that stronger, some of that flooding being reported. Wind gusts about 63 miles an hour, about 57 miles an hour on the western end of Tampa Bay. Thankfully, everything now, it looks like it's going in one direction. Let me just see. Oh, yeah, there was that rotation before from south of Palm Harbor. Yeah, there it was up to Dundon. All right, I'm going to go back to the actual radar now. Let's stop that. Go back to... Okay. I want to take us back to back from Deltona, north of Geneva area, and then back to northern, really all the way down to Cape Canaveral. Let's see. That is a live look at Volusia County. That's a live look at Port Canaveral. It certainly looks tropical stormy at Port Canaveral, with some low-hanging clouds. The trees are gusting. We had wind gusts around 30 to 40 miles an hour. Again, nothing crazy, but it certainly does that. Let's see. There's a look at downtown Orlando into Mount Dora. It's a little quieter in Mount Dora. That guy is running from the rain. And there we go. Port Canaveral looking kind of dark. And this is for reference. I'm going to zoom in on the radar. I'm going to get you back to the radar portion. This is where this is where the sky cam is right here. So we're looking towards that beast of a thunderstorm sliding through, and it's moving again from the southwest to the northeast. And let me see here. We have a marine warning for Brevard County. That's to be expected. Definitely don't want to be out there. Whoa, we just went full outer space mode on that. Sorry for the jolt. Raining bad in Pinellas County. Thank you, Jonathan, for that report. And there is the Pinellas County stuff. We'll get you back on over there. Some super, super heavy rain around Pinellas Park. Let me get you back to the Tampa radar to clean that up a little bit more high definition. Palm Harbor taking it on the chin. Clearwater right now. Some really, really heavy stuff. Okay, so we got a report. Be safe on your sailboat, my man. St. Mary, Georgia, Florida border. St. Mary, I should say, Georgia, Florida border. Just got our first band of wind, gust of 25 knots. Please be safe. Hey, Aubrey, how's it going? Another update from the Weather Service coming through. Still another marine warning. Okay, so they've got marine warnings all over the place, as you might imagine, for Brevard County. All right, so from the Tampa radar, we can see the swirl. Still no crazy lightning. If you remember, we were tracking Adalia last year. We saw lightning in the eye wall. That's a significant sign that we have rapid intensification. That has not started. It is expected, although it does look like it's running out of time. And that is a good thing, of course. We do not want this thing to rapidly intensify. I'm just trying to get a gauge here and see, and I'm anxious to see. I'm going to check to see if we have any hurricane hunters in this storm right now. So it looks like we do. So I'm anxious to see if where the center is now, and if it looks like it's jogging to the north and east a little bit, because if that's the case, then we're going to be dealing with all this rain moving in this direction. And again, the biggest threat would be anything sliding to right along the I-75 corridor. And for that, I can show you, I think, a good graphical breakdown here of this is the excessive rainfall outlook, and this is essentially, too, impact-wise, who's going to see the biggest impact. So in Central Florida, we're talking about right along the I-75 corridor. If you were with us at 6:30, meteorologist Samara Kokinos broke down the county-by-county impacts excellently. That's even a word. Again, that we're not expecting anything too crazy in the yellows and certainly in the greens. Just be on the lookout for that severe weather threat from Apopka into Deltona, into the Cape, where we're seeing it now. And then the potential for some more widespread impacts will be closer to I-75 and then certainly into the Gulf Coast. So that's what we're watching there. What's up, Florida girl in Daytona Beach? Tiffany here in Kissimmee, St. Cloud. Good to see you again. Tropical had showers, 1 or 2 tropical downpours for a few stops. But other than that, it's been good here. Great to hear. And I think we're honestly going to be pretty good for a while. I think all this stuff here for you is just some light rain. And then we have all this junk here, but that's going to be going up with the center of circulation. So this is what we were kind of talking about coming in waves. This is really my last concerning thing, this little feature that we have right along the I-95 corridor extending back towards Orange City, DeLand, Deltona, for some shenanigans with that to maybe bow out, maybe rotate a little bit. There are some stronger wind gusts around Lake Helen. If I happen to have anybody watching in Lake Helen, pegging wind gusts of about 64 miles an hour. So may get a severe thunderstorm warning on that regardless. I'm sure if I have anybody watching in Volusia County, and let me know if anybody's in Volusia County by chance, post in the comments. I would love to see or hear what you guys are seeing out there when we're watching the heavy rain coming through. When you can do so safely, if you can do so safely. Scrooge McDuck, thank you for that report. Love the name. 3 inches so far at my house in Ocala. Thank you for that. So far on schedule with the forecast. A little bit of shear being picked up, nothing too crazy, but there are a couple of shear markers popping. This is all going to pinwheel up towards New Smyrna Beach and into Port Orange, Edgewater, Oak Hill. We're just on the leading edge of that now in Oak Hill, so some nasty stuff coming your way. Let's get in here and check the winds again.
We're changing one word and adding two more.
Will, did you ask Greg your question? I guess you asked Phil. You had a question about these. Yes. Great.
Okay, so there we go. The heaviest rain now from about Lake Helen, Orange City, Oak Hill, sliding through. Titusville into Merritt Island. Some really heavy stuff. South Patrick Shores, Cocoa Beach, Cape Canaveral, and some really heavy stuff. Let's get back to that camera we have at Port Canaveral. I want to take a look at that and see what's going on there. And yeah, you can't even hardly see the other side of the port. That is a live look at Port Canaveral right now, with the very gusty thunderstorm coming through. The palm tree going a little nuts out there. In Port Orange, we're talking about the winds in this thunderstorm that's coming your way. Probably into that 40 to 50 mile per hour ballpark. Whenever they get there, in terms of just like when the storms aren't at their strongest, more like 20 to 30 miles an hour. Okay, so it's not anything too crazy, but certainly in about, I'll put this loop on to show you. Here we are in Port Orange, and then here comes that heavy band coming through. That is going to lift up within the next 30 to 45 minutes, and I can put a bigger timer on there for you. We can highlight this whole thing that is moving in that direction, and likely in about 20 minutes in Bethune Beach. I just wanted to get the towns to show up here. And you're still looking at the sky cam, so let me get back to the other computer. If ever I'm talking about something and I still have something else up, let me know, because I do that from time to time. So feel free to tap me on the shoulder there. But here's the timeline that I put on here, and this is going to be for about 50 to 50-ish mile per hour gusts, give or take, maybe with the potential for up to 60 when that gets there into Port Orange. But it's not going to last too terribly long. Edgewater Junction in about 10 minutes. Bethune Beach in about maybe 10 to 15 minutes. Daytona Park Estates in about 5 minutes. North of Land in about 3. Eldora, excuse me. All that stuff. Okay. Let's see, north of Gainesville again. Brand new tornado warning just came out. This is north of Alachua. We'll get you in here. We're going to be working out of the Jacksonville radar now. So let's go in here, velocity, and then there it is. So whenever, so this is right around Brooker. This is going to be for Bradford County, Florida, for reference here. So if you know anybody around, if you go and know anybody around the Brooker area, this is what we're looking at here. The reds and the greens together. So a pretty tight couplet, relatively speaking. Just to the northwest of Brooker here, the actual radar shows the storm itself, so some pretty heavy rain in between Brooker and Lake Butler. Another cell just to its north and west, and I would not be surprised if they eventually warn on this one as well, because there's another couplet there, and then both of these guys, a 15-minute tornado warning. And as typical for these tropical-esque tornadoes, the warnings don't typically last long because the tornadoes themselves don't typically last long. They spin up quick and they spin down quick, but they are potentially damaging. So that is that. Just making sure that we have nothing else going on throughout the state of Florida. West Palm Beach, we have some heavy rain. Jupiter, we're taking a break. And we're going to keep an eye on the actual forward progress here of Debby. And it looks like that jogged back to the northeast. So we'll see now. It looks like it's more northerly. So it's all kind of... And if this thing starts to strengthen a little bit, there's the center. Probably coming in right around there. And again, that's going to be close to the Perry area. Very, very similar storm track-wise, not intensity-wise, to Idalia last year. Not expecting a major hurricane coming through, but... likely a hurricane by tomorrow morning. Marcus, the storm should start to pull away on Tuesday as well. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to just take a short break here. I want to get my bearings, look at some of the latest model data that's coming in for the Central Florida area and for the stuff itself. I'm going to be back in about 30 minutes, so at about 8 o'clock. So tell your friends, share the feed, hit that subscribe button. You know the drill. Would appreciate that a ton. We're going to be back to talk about the 8 o'clock advisory. Remember, no new track until 11, but nonetheless, we're going to have that update to see if there has been any more intensification. There's a Hurricane Hunter plane in there now, so there's going to be some really good data coming in from the air to see what Debby is doing. Alrighty, guys, we will catch you in about 30 minutes. Break into programming because we have a tornado warning for us in Brevard County. This is going to this is going to be the area of Cape Canaveral into Merritt Island, just to the east of Rockledge here. You see the heavy thunderstorm. We were streaming with you live just a little bit ago talking about this concerning cell. What we're going to do now is we're going to make sure that it's right on now. You see all the lightning strikes around, but if you are in the Cape Canaveral area, just to the north of Cocoa Beach, you likely had some of your cell phones go off. We're going to get in here and do some of the street level mapping here. I do want to get onto the Melbourne radar, and I want to turn on the velocity mode here so that we can see exactly where the rotation is. And it is going to be right in this area, just right around Port Canaveral. This is the area in question here where you see the darker reds and then a little bit of that green popping up. It's not too strong, but when we're talking about these tropical tornadoes like this, they typically aren't. They spin up very quickly and then they don't last long. So again, the warning itself goes until 8 o'clock. We're going to get you closer into street level here. So if you know anybody around Pier Road, make sure you're getting into the lowest level of your house. Make sure that you are getting away from windows, things like that. Taking you a little closer here into Samuel E. Phillips Parkway. Make sure that you are getting into your safe place as well. Further up into Camera Road, into Bravo. Back further into Samuel E. Phillips Parkway, and continuing to go up onto Merritt Island, closer to the Kennedy Space Center area as well. We are all included in that current tornado warning that rolls until 8 o'clock for us. I'm going to zoom back out, and we are included in that in Audubon as well. I think the most dangerous part of that storm, though, is right where you are seeing this flare up here. So it's kind of paralleling the Cape right now and then working its way back onto Merritt Island. Let me X out of this, my telestration here, and just make sure that we have all of the bearings right. Again, Cocoa Beach, it's certainly raining very heavily at this point, but the worst of this storm is going to be right along Cape Canaveral. If I turn on the storm relative velocity here, this kind of gives us a better view of the reds and the greens together. Let's get a closer back in again. Right now, I think the worst of this is offshore. Here is the shoreline here. Here is Cape Canaveral. Here is where Merritt Island extends. And then the worst of this is right offshore. So you do have a little bit of time, but if you're seeing this right now and hearing the bells and whistles going off on your phone, you do want to make sure that you're getting back into your safe place. So we're going to take you closer in. We were talking about you guys on Pier Road just a little bit ago, and that's where you want to make sure that you are taking some shelter at this point. Lowest level of your home, get into your safe place. Time to put your severe weather plan in place right now. Into your Road, into Camera Road Boulevard. We were talking about you guys a little bit ago as well, as it is rocking right now. Let's take it closer through and get closer into your neighborhood. There's Pier Road. We'll take it further down into Sky Bolt Road, Lighthouse Road. So if any of these sound familiar for you on Merritt Island, right around Cape Canaveral, make sure that you are getting into your safe place, into Safety Road as well. Meteorologist Samara Kokinos has the Port Canaveral Skycam, and this is right where the worst of the storm is right now, Samara.
Right. As we take a look from our Launch Credit Union camera, you can barely see anything beyond this lens, and you can see off in the distance that palm tree, that one lone palm tree that's usually a very beautiful sight, now just whipping in the wind out there. We're seeing those strong wind gusts associated with this storm cell as it continues to make that north to northwest path this evening. So we're going to continue to watch as this condition continues to deteriorate. What we're dealing with are these bands of rain that we did mention, that as we got closer and closer to the evening hours and going into tonight, that those bands would intensify, and they're doing just that. You'll notice basic tropical storm Debby back out to the west of Tampa, but the real strong bands associated getting a little bit closer to the core of that storm, hitting the Gulf Coast, while those outside feeder bands along our coastline are interacting there with that warm air there along the coastline. So that's why we're seeing the intensity build with these particular thunderstorms, and that's why we've seen this tornado warning. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit tighter here into that tornado warned area. Again, it's kind of shrunk a little bit there. So just around the Cape Canaveral, Port Canaveral area, going up toward Merritt Island, still in in effect through 8 o'clock tonight. So we have another 16 minutes or 15 and a half minutes or so that we're going to remain here on air with you, bringing you all these developments. And again, we're zooming in even tighter. You can see just to the south of Cape Canaveral in the tornado warned area, but you can see the different winds here on the storm relative velocity. You can see the winds just a little bit there of some rotation, and then that's what's exactly sparking this particular warning. Now, these, like Jonathan mentioned, are very short-lived events typically. So for this one to be going this long, it would be surprising to me if it does last this long. But, you know, all of Central Florida, with the exception of Brevard County, still under that tornado watch through 8 o'clock tonight. So we're not going to rule out the potential for this watch to be extended, especially if these storm cells continue with the momentum that they're headed with right now. So as the system moves continuously to the north and heads to the Big Bend, we will see a lot of these watches start to move to the north as well and kind of move out of Osceola County next, and then eventually Orange, Seminole. But until then, we have to be on high alert just because we do have those storm cells that are producing quite a bit of heavy rain. Again, winds gusting up near 60 miles per hour. And again, with that rotation, that's where we're going to send it back over to meteorologist Jonathan Kegas, who has that storm in that tornado warned area right there on the map for you.
Yeah, this kind of takes some of the noise out. I was showing you the reds and greens before. The computer just puts this all together, and this was the latest update here. So now it looks like, according to this product, that the worst of this is now just to the north of Pier Road. I'll put on the actual computer segment in just 1 second. But to give you an idea of where this rotation is, I mean, it is just to the north now of Port Canaveral, right on the tip of Brevard County, off of Cape Canaveral. I'm going to put on the actual velocity mode right now so that we can actually do some of that high-level pinpointing right alongside you here, some of the meteorology with it. The good news is, relatively speaking, again, we still have a tornado warning. It does look like it's a little broad, and what I mean by broad is before we had those reds and greens a little closer together, now they're a little bit further. What these reds and greens mean are, I'll turn my telestration back on, we're using the Melbourne radar. So the green here represents winds going toward the Melbourne radar, and then the red represents the winds coming away from the Melbourne radar, and then that is our couplet, as we call it. That is our rotation. But again, we do have a little bit of a space here where we see, and then that separation, meaning that we do have rotation. There's rotation certainly in this system, but it may not be enough at this point to produce a tornado. But as Samara was talking about, with these being short-lived, sometimes they cycle up and then cycle back down. So what I want to do now, I want to get you a little bit closer here so that we can talk about your neighborhood. So the worst of this is going to be now, I want you to make sure that you are in your safe place in parts of Central Road here. We'll get you a little bit closer in this area. We'll zoom you back out. Got to get this the warning marker off, which again goes until 8 o'clock tonight. So we'll get that off of your screen here so that we can actually see what's going on. But nonetheless, we have that continuing. Pier Road, we talked about ICBM Road, Central Road. Make sure that you are in your safe place. Again, we're getting things closer to actual Kennedy Space Center right now. Into Hangar Road, you're in that tornado warning. Want to make sure that you are in your safe place. We'll zoom this out, and again, here are the launch pads for reference. So this is getting very, very close to the spaceport itself. Looks like we just got a nice fresh scan in, and this is going to be the area of concern right in through here, that circle. So let me X off the telestration and let's get real close in here. So Hangar Road, again, make sure that you are in your safe place. Mercury Gemini Road, same for you. Samuel E. Phillips Parkway, we'll take you closer into the NASA Parkway. Again, we're getting really close and on to NASA property at this point where we have the strongest part. There's Titan 3 Road, and then we'll zoom you back out just to give you that reference point again. So if you're just tuning in to see, this is pretty much right on the tip, right at Cape Canaveral here, where we have this tornado warning rolling right now, kind of paralleling the coast at this point. This tornado warning does go until 8 o'clock. We are seeing a little bit of improvements, but also back off to the south and east, south and west, I should say, of that main area of rotation, we have another spot that's just starting to pop up with this latest radar scan here. This is just to the east of Samuel E. Phillips Parkway. That is the parkway right there that I was talking about. Here's Audubon Road for reference, and then right in between we have that circulation again popping back up. So what I want to do here, I want to clean off the radar pictures so that we can actually see, and it looks like we're right in between kind of any kind of streets here as we zoom things out. And for a wider perspective, meteorologist Samara Kokinos is in again with the latest on that warning to show you the actual radar itself.
Right. So as we look at the radar, you can really see this tornado warned area. Again, this is for coastal Brevard County, including cities like Cape Canaveral, going all the way up to Merritt Island through 8 o'clock tonight. Now, the thing is, with this system, this particular cell is moving to the north fairly rapidly. We're talking 30 miles per hour. So we're seeing that rotation that Jonathan was just showing you. But I wanted to take you down to street level and show you some roads again that are now starting to see the rain starting to lighten up as this is moving very fast. I said it's moving to the north at 30 miles per hour. So Ridgewood Avenue all the way down to Astronaut Boulevard near Cape Canaveral, starting to see some improvement, still getting some light to moderate and even pockets of heavy rain. But as we go farther north, you see Maka Road, Pier Road, going back out to Samuel E. Phillips Parkway, all still under a lot of that heavy rain. And again, those winds gusting up near 60 miles per hour are quite possible in this tornado warned zone. So this is all the tornado warned zone. We're going to zoom back to the north and east, and you see, or north and west rather, you see Dalbora Road, 17th Street Southwest, 10th Avenue, going all the way back up to NASA Parkway East. All of that area, including, let's see, North Courtney Parkway, definitely under a lot of this heavy rain and even the strong wind gusts associated with this storm cell. Now, it's just getting closer to Titan 3 Road if you're out in that area or just to the north of it. And this system will be arriving fairly shortly. We're talking in the next 5 to I would say 10 minutes at most. So really focusing on 1st to 4th Street near the Kennedy Parkway North area, Banana River Drive, and all of these areas getting out toward the Merritt Island area. So when we zoom up a little bit tighter here for Merritt Island, Kennedy Parkway North going into Merritt Island right by NASA Parkway West, really getting some of that heavy rain and again with those strong wind gusts. So this is that tornado warned area. This is a live view from our Launch Credit Union camera at Port Canaveral. And this particular area will begin to see some improvement. We've already seen the winds die down a little bit, not too much, but you can see that palm tree there in the corner not whipping around like it was when we first joined you at around 7:35 this evening. So a broader look at what's happening right now. This is Tropical Storm Debby, and we said that as the night went on, we would still see the potential to see a lot of strong to severe thunderstorms pop up with isolated tornado threats in there. So we've been preparing you for this for the last day or two, even into last week. We said there would be that potential for those isolated spin ups. The core bands around the core are really impacting the Gulf Coast tonight, where they've seen several severe thunderstorm warnings, even an isolated tornado warning. But now what we're looking at are the bands just rolling in along our eastern coast, and that's where we're starting to see it interact with that marine air and really build up some intensity there. So again, that severe warned area has a tornado warning in effect through 8 o'clock tonight. It looks like it just popped off the screen there, Jonathan. Can you confirm that it was? Oh no, it's still there. It's still there. So it was just the time clock going back on me. So we're also seeing a few isolated tornado threats going up into Alachua County tonight, and we'll continue to see that because what's going to happen, this tornado watch that we have across most of Central Florida, even though it doesn't include Brevard, you can fairly see that yes, there's still that potential. You could see maybe 1 or 2, and we're already seeing that tonight. This tornado watch is until 8 o'clock tonight, but as Tropical Storm Debby continues that northward path, even though it's slowed down a little bit, moving at about 12 miles per hour, we will eventually see our southernmost zones kind of get out of that tornado watch area. Okay, so some of our northern zones though could see this tornado watch extended into parts of tonight. So we'll be watching to see if this timing for the tornado watch will be continued into the late hours tonight. Until then, we need to really play it safe out there. Tornado safety. I know we don't have basements here, but you definitely need to get into the interior most portion of the room. Again, more rain on the way tonight. So let's go back over to meteorologist Jonathan Kegas with a closer look at what's happening in that tornado warned zone.
Yeah, Samara, and you hit the nail on the head. The National Weather Service already in coordination with the Storm Prediction Center to expand that tornado watch likely deeper into the evening. So as soon as they come out officially with that watch, we will, of course, pass that information along to you. As we were watching this again, latest radar scans did show 2 areas of rotation within this tornado warned area. So we're going to take you closer back in again. This is right on Cape Canaveral. Sorry for the radar jumping around there. We'll have to back up. We're closer to the Titusville area. And if you're watching from around Titusville, we are not included in that warning at this point, and hopefully we will not be. But you can kind of see the flare-ups here. Let me pull out my telestrator. I'll turn that on for you. We're going to highlight that. There is one of them right there. And then just south of it, we have another one right in through there. So again, that same cell is trying to produce 2 areas of rotation. So let's take you closer back in again. And this was right around Titan 3 Road. Samara was talking about that. This is around the NASA Parkway as well. So we are right into Kennedy Space Center territory at this point. There's Samuel E. Phillips, who's been talking about you guys since we've been on the air for the last few minutes. Officially, this warning goes for the next 5 minutes, but we've already seen this one cell kind of cycle twice. Let me turn on the actual radar here to show. And this is one of those things we oftentimes talk about the planes. This is not like that with these bigger ones. Still can cause damage, but again, you're not gonna be able to see these things. They are completely wrapped in rain, so don't even go out and try to see anything like that. We're gonna turn back on the velocity, check out the scan, not having an update there just yet. Let me turn on the actual shear marker. The good thing is that as we take out the noise there and the computer paints the green here representing the light to moderate wind shear that we have there. And again, that's a different kind of shear than we're talking about with is detrimental to hurricanes. We're looking at the shear here. That's the turning of the winds with height. That's the spin in the atmosphere here to get these tornadoes going. Storm relative velocity, again, we did just get a fresh update here. Okay, so here's the deal with this. This just came in. Let me pull out my telestrator again. So we have that split. So that's at least in the short term good news. They're not touching like they were, but there's still some very strong winds here in the darker green. Let me get this telestration off. I am going to turn on my dabber here, and we're going to measure that and see if we can get a mark there on how strong these winds are. It doesn't look like it's going to show up or play with me right now. There's Titan 3 Road again. We're still close to that wind shear. Let me try it again. Let's turn on the dabber, and let's get right here into NASA Parkway. So again, it's only measuring about 30 miles an hour. It's not that we're talking about the straight line winds. It's that gate to gate, as we call it. These winds are going toward the radar in the green, as you see here on the map or on the legend, and away, indicating that we do have rotation. But on that last scan that we just got, at least some relatively speaking positive news within this polygon, if you will. So we're going to wait to see what the Weather Service does here over the next couple of minutes. The warning officially goes until 8, but some positives here, at least in the short term. But as we were just talking about, these things cycle all the time. They'll pulse up, they'll pulse down. And let's take you a closer in. Again, the worst part of this, the most dangerous part of this storm is pretty much right over Merritt Island right now. Let me go back. It's right about, there's another scan. So let's see what just happened here. So we're kind of pinpointing this in real time with you as these scans come in and out. It's about to leave the warning box. So if the Weather Service is going to extend it, they'll have to extend it to the north as well. Right on Merritt Island, let's get over here. Again, we do have, and there was another kind of, you can likely hear the bells and whistles. So what they did was they have extended it, but they extended it as a severe thunderstorm warning. So they likely included in there that sometimes the Weather Service will have a severe thunderstorm warning and then add a tag tornado possible in there, meaning that there's some rotation, but not enough to likely bring it to the ground as of that point. So we'll likely be able to let you get back to programming within the next 2 minutes, but certainly you can catch us on streaming. Just dial up clickorlando.com and you'll be able to see the stream there. We're also going to be on News 6 Plus, if you can download that free app there. And I'm going to be tracking this for you from our streaming digital center there, and also on the Pinpoint Weather app. So you can download that for free too, and you will see that as well. But now we have all this going on here. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Brevard County until 8 o'clock. And again, that is the likely continuation of our tornado warning. We have about 2 minutes to go. So we're going to hang with you for about another 50 seconds until we officially get that word that the Weather Service has cleared it, because there's still some rotation, but just not hearing or not knowing what exactly they're doing. They typically do this, and you see that yellow shaded area, that yellow polygon box pop up. And when they do that, that means they're likely not going to extend it as a tornado warning, but have that there as a severe thunderstorm warning. Samara, have they mentioned anything on the chat room?
I'm looking at it right now. We do have that severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Brevard County until 8:30. That one runs for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Let's see here. It's located near Playa Linda, moving north at 50 miles per hour now. So it's definitely picked up the pace. But I do
So they are
believe,
racing.
Yes, definitely racing out there.
Here we go with Playa Linda, right up into here. And again, this green patch, that is where it is headed, right in that direction. They have northern Brevard County included in this. Titusville and Mims, we are not within that new severe thunderstorm warning. Oak Hill, we are. So just keep that in mind. I am going to turn on the regular radar. We've been looking at the velocity mode for the last couple of minutes here, the last 20 minutes that we've been hanging out together, to kind of show you the shifting winds where there could have been a tornado, and we have not had any ground confirmation that one has dropped. Hopefully it hasn't, but we did have that tight couplet or that strong rotation for a short amount of time anyway. If you were with us at 6:30, we were showing you the future radar. Samara Kokinos was talking about that this was really the last strong band here through Central Florida until we get into tomorrow. So it's going to be interesting to see what the National Weather Service does with that tornado watch that is in play. That was also expected to expire at 8, but we were talking about that they were going to have an additional watch coming, and we're going to let you know when that happens. Oh, it looks like I see her updating it now. So there is the updated watch, and she's going to have that for you coming up just 1 second, and then we'll let you go back. But it looks like it is for what, all of Central Florida, Samara?
Yes, now we have a tornado watch, and it continues for all of Central Florida, and now including Brevard County as well. But you'll notice it runs until tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. So we're not talking about just storms tonight, but the ones that do move in as Tropical Storm Debby gets closer to the Big Bend of Florida. That's where we're anticipating some stronger bands to continue to feed in the early morning hours. So this tornado watch does run through 6 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. So that's the new update, and that is now including Brevard County, because we cannot rule out that some isolated spin-ups. That's the reason why we're here breaking into programming right now, is because of that tornado warning, which has it expired yet? Let's take a look here at the radar, and it has expired. So we now are out of the tornado threat for now, but keep in mind that we'll break back into programming once again if we do see more tornado warnings pop up, especially in these severe thunderstorm warned zones there along the coast throughout the night and into tomorrow. So for now, we'll go ahead and send you back to programming.
Alrighty, guys. Meteorologist Jonathan Kegas back with you. We had you on our actual cut-in feed for the last few minutes, or last 20 minutes, I guess. Meteorologist Samara Kokinas and myself were on television tracking that tornado warning. I've not seen any reports of any kind of damage or anything. Let's see. Okay, so in Worthington Springs, that's going to be up Gainesville way north of that. A tornado has been reported on the ground. That was not the Brevard County one that we were just pinpointing on TV. Let me go into the Weather Service chat here to see if there's a bit anything, any kind of reports. There's not, but as everybody in the chat has, Sandy has mentioned this as well, that we do have a new tornado watch for all of Central Florida now until 6:30. I think until 6 o'clock in the morning. Until 6 a.m. tomorrow. So that's what we have been. RD, my audio is working, my man. So check your computer because I'm pegging the thing. So that's on you. So before you tell me to get it together, make sure you got your mute off, my friend. All right, so there's that new tornado warning. Or tornado watch, I should say, replaced by the Weather Center, the Weather Service. Let me get to the 8 o'clock update because it looks like Debby has strengthened per that 8 o'clock update. And I want to get you right to that before we move forward here. So there we go. Now a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm moving north at about 12 miles an hour. So we're not seeing any kind of rapid intensification just yet, thankfully. It is running out of real estate. It is moving due north right now. The millibars, the pressure, are holding at 992. So again, we're not seeing that drastically come down, which is a good thing. And this was a byproduct of what we've been talking about for the last couple of days, that while there was pretty much perfect and pristine conditions ahead of it, Debby did not have a core throughout a lot of its life, and it took today to really build it up as it was moving. And in order to take advantage of all of that stuff, you really need to have the storm to have a core. Thankfully, it was not all the way built up. So just keep that in mind. Dane says Titusville is dead calm. It's crazy, right? Because we were just talking about that nasty storm just to your east as well. Oviedo, we are watching you guys. Right now, we're good. We do have a new tornado watch until 6 o'clock in the morning, but really for the next several hours here, we are looking good. Awesome. Thank you. That was our director, Greg, just giving me some notes. We're going to be on News 6 Plus in just a little bit of time. All right, so if you're just joining us, we now have a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm just about 5 miles per hour away. Well, we are 5 miles per hour away from a hurricane that's greater than 74 miles an hour. So we're likely going to get there. Again, forecasts have been for a Category 1 hurricane to make landfall tomorrow somewhere in the Big Bend. So we are keeping that forecast is holding from the National Hurricane Center. And then I want to get you back to the actual radar so that we can track this severe thunderstorm that is in Brevard County. And we also have double tornado warnings on the Gulf side. This is just south of Tampa. So let's check these out real quick. For Manatee County until 8:30. For Hillsborough County until 8:30. For the other one is in southern Manatee County until 8:15, and then northern Sarasota County. Let me get to the Tampa radar real quick, and let's get to the velocity and check these out. So it looks like from the time that we are seeing these, there's not a ton. There's not a ton of rotation. We got a little bit right there, Looks like we got a little bit right there going forward, but now we're starting to get into the extra juice of this thing as we are really winding it up. So the reason why the tornado watch was extended from the National Weather Service just moments ago until 6 a.m. tomorrow, it's really everywhere in here because that band is going to work up that way, and then that band is going to work up that way. And then we also have this trailing thing that's going to try to move in as well. So there's still a lot going on. Let's also check in on our tornado warn storm, or severe thunderstorm warning on the Brevard coast. The good thing is that most of this is now off the coast, hanging around Playa Linda Beach. That's really like our last, just north here, the launch pads of Kennedy Space Center, right here, right here. Those are the launch pads. So right on Kennedy Space Center property, that is where we have the worst of that. Oak Hill, we're still in a severe thunderstorm warning. I'm sure that's going to come down early because the worst of that storm has moved off of out to sea. This is the shoreline right here. Just going to check to see just another update from the Weather Service, just the marine warning. Okay, so in Hillsborough, depending upon where you are you in Hillsborough itself? Because Hillsborough County, we have a tornado warning until 8:30. So just keep that in mind. Let me turn on the velocity. Let me turn on, let's see here. Rebecca is asking, will this storm shift into Central Florida? The center of Debby is not going to come through Central Florida. It is going to come into the Panhandle, but we are getting all of this mess as it pinwheels around the eastern side. Excuse me. Ronnie S. is asking, are there reports of severe flooding? We had some in Manatee County. We also had some in Oldsmar. So Oldsmar was storm surge flooding, and then Manatee County was freshwater flooding. Okay, so in Winter Garden, I think there was going to be a nice period of calm for a while. We just have some light rain until this stuff that is coming through, that is down towards Sarasota now, comes in a little bit tonight. Late this evening and into the early morning hours of tomorrow. So for the next few hours, we're going to be hanging out watching this just to make sure that everything behaves. As well. And again, this line has become a lot more active recently. And again, we have expected that because we have Debby strengthening in the Gulf, and that is increasing the wind shear across the Florida peninsula. So when we get these thunderstorms to pop up, there's an enhanced area of spin. Don Polo about the winds in Orlando. Not really. I think what we have out there right now is what you're going to get. Unless we get the stronger thunderstorms, then we can get wind gusts up to 50 to 60 miles per hour, but only in that thunderstorm. Oak Ridge, we are in that tornado watch as well until 6 o'clock in the morning. Right now, we just have some light rain going on, and that's how it should stay for a while. But overnight, make sure you have a way to get warnings just in case. So keep your phone on and turn the alerts on. Because this is what would end up moving up into our area later tonight. And we do have active tornado warnings on that line that is currently now east of St. Pete, east of Bradenton, and right around the northern tip of Sarasota. So that is going to be pushing up in that direction. Really, it might be Oak Ridge, Orlando, Apopka might be a little too far east. Most of this may end up trekking like that, but still, you're going to be watching that closely. I can show you here, this model, our in-house model. It's done really, really well with the system. Let me just make sure that I've got the latest update here. And notice, again, it has done very well. There's that band that produced the tornado in Brevard County, or tornado warning, I should say. There have been no reports of that actually touching down, but it's doing a very, very good job. So, again, we're watching the secondary feature come through. There's that band that's offshore now. And, again, for the most part, it pushes through northwest of I-4. And then there's also going to be a few more thunderstorms popping back up again tomorrow afternoon. So I really do think that this model has a fantastic hold on Debby and the components on the dirty side, which is what all the Florida peninsula is on. And that dirty side is the side with the wind shear to get the tornadoes, the increased storm surge on the coast to the right of the storm, and things like that. So there's 5 o'clock in the morning and really along the I-75 corridor. So again, I would not be surprised if we wake up to some nasty thunderstorms in Sumter County, Marion County tomorrow. So if you have to drive to work tomorrow, it could be a rough drive with very heavy rain, and then again the potential for some warnings coming through. So just keep that in mind. And again, to reiterate what we've been talking about, not only for today, but for the last week, that it has always looked like this was going to be the main impact, more of these waves of heavy rain with these outer banding features of the storm and the potential for some tornadoes because of the wind shear induced by Debby. And so far, it has the forecast has gone pretty good. Okay, so the colors mean the darker the red here, the heavier the rain. When it turns purple, that's when it can start to get severe a little bit. And then whenever you look at, whenever you see light green or light yellow, that's whenever it's on the lighter side of things. But then that's the kind of intensity of the rainfall. That's what we have going through right there. All right, we're going to get back to some of the comments. Let me pull up my comment generator. Let me get the radar picture back here. And we're going to hang out for I think 10 more minutes until we get rid of some of these warnings. Then I'm going to go just rest the voice a little bit. Starting to lose it and take some of my honey so that we can keep on rolling on the stream all night long. Just joining us, there's the 8 o'clock advisory, 70-mile-per-hour storm. I want to get you to the actual radar itself. And we have that warning. I think all warnings now are expired. So the tornado warnings, we talked about that around the Sarasota, Bradenton area. The rotation was not looking as impressive as they once were. that has been allowed. Those have been allowed to expire, and now all of the storms have moved out of Brevard County. So we are looking very, very nice, all things considered right now, and should be. So let's just pull some comments real quick. We're going to roll for another couple of minutes here. Okay, so we have a couple of comments about that invest to the south. I've not spent a lot of time on it, of course, because we've been worried about Debby making sure that that forecast was right. But this one looks like it's going further to the west. So it's further south, and it looks like the Bermuda High is going to stay strong, which may put it into the Western Caribbean, Yucatan area, almost like Barrel. That is still way down the line. That'd be like 10-ish days away. So we'd be watching for that. No, this one's not going to hit us like Ian via. It's not as nowhere near as intense. And this one's going to be more similar to the track of Idalia. And that one, no more intense than, not even close to that intensity either. That was a major hurricane at landfall, so no. Calm now in Orlando, and for the most part, we're going to take a nice, sizable break for the next couple of hours through the I-4 corridor. It's light rain in Deltona, DeLand, Pearson right now, Kissimmee, St. Cloud. Nice little lull between this rockin' band here that's moving out to sea and this next thing that'll pinwheel in kind of overnight like that. So just make sure you have ways to get warnings, okay? John B. says, pretty nasty in North Pinellas County. So there's what he's talking about there, and there's more heavy rainfall coming in. It looks like that might miss you and head up towards Newport Richey, Bayonet Point. Okay, ETA hitting Polk County. So, and I can't remember, Jess, what part of Polk County you're in. This looks like it might shave the western side here within the next couple of hours. I'll bring up the future radar again because it's been doing pretty good. Oh, Winter Haven, okay. So yeah, you're closer. I'd probably say within the next hour. Most of this is moving more north than east, but there's a slight jog to the east. Yes, RD. So those have been allowed to expire. So we are good to go in the Riverview area. We still have some nasty thunderstorms around, but the good news is that we have seen those expire. So you are good to go, my friend. Right now, keep a close eye, though, in case they try to spin back up again. But those warnings have been allowed to expire. Looks like we have some steady, heavy rain on the west side of Marion County. If anybody's watching from, it does look like that. Someone mentioned about taking a turn to the east. We can use the Tampa radar to kind of look at that. Hurricane hunters are finding due north movement, though. So let's just look at this over the last 30 minutes, I should say. And it's kind of moving. You can kind of see, I can draw a line right there and see which way. It's kind of there's that due north movement, maybe a jog to the east. Until the hurricane hunters find different kind of movement. You are welcome, RD. Thanks for being here. Until the hurricane hunters find a different change in movement, it's still moving due north. But these things always look like they're moving one way or another because at this point they start to wobble a little bit especially when they're undergoing some intensifying. And this one's kind of doing the steady, thankfully, rather than the rapid intensity or intensification, I should say. No, I don't think the rain in Tampa is over with yet. We do have some heavy rain just to your east, and then we have more scattered thunderstorms developing right here that'll try to push in through the night. So still some thunderstorms to come. I know I ate all my hurricane coverage snacks or tropical storm coverage snacks. I started getting into them last night. So I did that whole cardinal rule thing. Yes, I believe you are correct with. So here comes the pass. I'll show you. This is on tropicaltidbits.com. And so this is where the recon is right here. So we'll be able to find out where they put the fix, where they put the center, and then we'll be able to see when they make their next cross path where that moved in relation. But you can clearly see that the structure of Debby, it's not ready to like explode because the western side of this, right over here, the winds are super light, much stronger on the eastern side. You see a flight level here. There were 55 knot winds. You're talking 60, 65 miles an hour. So those stronger thunderstorms that were kind of northeast of Tampa, right on this, can certainly pull down. Like whenever this stuff pinwheels in, that can pull down some of those. So would not be surprised if we do get some gust to 50, 55 miles an hour around Bayonet Point, Spring Hill, even parts of Sumter and Marion County over the next couple of hours. Alrighty, guys, I am planning to be back on here likely around 9:30. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put up the tropical loop again that is on here. So with any updates that come in from the National Hurricane Center, you are going to see them right here. And they're going to update. You can continue to talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to continue to monitor the content, the comment section. I'm just going to catch my breath a little bit, save my voice for if we do get back into a situation where we have more tornado warnings popping up and things like that, or things start to get a little dicey on the coast. So keep talking amongst yourselves. Have any questions? I'll be monitoring that as well. I'm just going to be looking at some of the latest model data for Central Florida and for the storm itself. And we'll continue to keep you posted. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you for the conversation. Everything has been great. So far, so good. Again, just be on the lookout for those potential tornadoes that are popping in the stronger cells. And, of course, we are going to break in if we do have any nasty weather really start to show back up on radar. Thanks so much, guys. I'll see you soon. Hey guys, we're back. Meteorologist Jonathan Kagas with you, back on the YouTube channel. We are watching some nasty cells coming through, especially on the Gulf side of Florida. It is pretty quiet from a Central Florida perspective. If anybody's watching from the General News 6 Orlando area, it's pretty quiet, and that was to be expected. Most of the nasty stuff, at least from round one, is gone. We had earlier tornado warnings, at least tornado warning around NASA property in Brevard County on Cape Canaveral. That has long gone. All the active stuff now is with this next band coming through. We had a tornado warning around Sarasota just expire, but we are still watching rotation in that cell. So we're going to check up on that before we get into everything on Debby. That is still getting a little stronger. Gradual, though, not rapidly. So that's a good thing. We're likely going to keep this a low-end hurricane. Still, though, there's been some big-time storm surge on the Gulf side of Florida right now. Also some big-time freshwater flooding. There's been some water rescues going on. So even if this is, quote-unquote, just a tropical storm, it is a big tropical storm in terms of a wide area, and the physics of that pushes more water when you have that going on. The wind field is very, very spread out. So that does a couple of things. When you have a bigger wind field, it intensifies faster, or slower, I should say. It weakens slower, and it's able to push more water around. So let's zoom this back out here. And here is the eye wall trying to form. It looks like it still might be open on the eastern side. I have to look at the latest recon data for that. It does look like it jogged to the northeast just a little bit. Here, of course, is the Big Bend of Florida. And putting this into play mode, there we go. Over the last couple of hours, again, there's the extension, or there's the everything of the discontinuation of that tornado warning in there. I want to go back down to Tampa, though, and look at the Tampa radar and look at that Sarasota cell for anybody that might be hanging around down here. And again, there's certainly a significant weakening to that cell over the last, and there was the warning as it came through. This was, if we'll back that up, there was the couplet right there, and you see it weaken gradually as it moves to the north. So much better right now. There's also another little pulse. If you saw that, some strong wind gusts coming out of the Tampa radar as well. There was one in there that has since pulsed back down as well. So we're watching these thunderstorms work their way through parts of the Gulf side of Florida. Let's see here. Let's get back out. We'll check some of the comments. Thank you guys for commenting. For those on the WKMG Click Orlando page, everybody's still in a tornado watch until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. So just keep that in mind. I know there's some people saying that the watch is expired. It has not. It has been extended until 6 o'clock in the morning. With all likelihood, though, we're in a nice quiet period for the next couple of hours in the greater Central Florida area. So with that said, just want to let everybody know that everybody in Central Florida is still under that tornado watch until 6 o'clock in the morning. The general motion of these cells, again, mainly pushing up and then in that direction there. Big nasty cell. So if anybody watching, let's see, up into Clay County especially, some nasty weather getting ready to push on shore. One thing that we are going to be watching closely here is the heavy rain that has been moving through Sumter County, Western Lake County, and Marion County. It has been raining now for quite some time. That's obviously what we've been talking about. The highest impact from the Central Florida area was going to be along the I-75 corridor. We can check to see the amount of rain over the last few hours. We'll check the 12-hour time frame here, and this is the radar estimates coming through. It looks like, what is that? It was covered up. Let me check that again. Anywhere from 3 to 4 inches of rain, where you see this yellow shaded color in western Sumter and into parts of western Marion County. The big ticket totals have been in Sarasota, where there has been some flooding reported. Look at that. Radar estimates over the past 12 hours, anywhere from 6 to 7 inches of rain, maybe even more than that. There's 7 inches right around the Bradenton area. That's where we've had that repeated, continued banding from Debby sliding right on through. Also some big-time heavy rain in parts of eastern Osceola, 2 to 3 inches of rain in parts of eastern Orange County, and also western Brevard. That's where we had that cluster of thunderstorms that produced that tornado warning there. All right, so that's the latest on there. So in terms of a Central Florida perspective, we're keeping a very close eye to make sure that we don't start seeing any big-time flooding in Marion County. Again, those rain rates were still impressive around the Villages, Leesburg, and then we have more of these training thunderstorms, as we call them, because there's one, then run after it right behind the other, just like in a freight train, with cars right behind it. So that's one of the things that we are really going to be watching for the rest of the evening. We'll talk about the latest on Debby. I'm going to get back to my other weather computer, and we'll give you the update. Of course, the next official update from the Hurricane Center coming in at 11 o'clock. This was from 8, where we had a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm sliding through. All these different colors represent the different warnings. We have hurricane warnings in effect for Taylor County and extending into southern Georgia, as this is expected to make landfall as a Category 1 hurricane sometime mid to late tomorrow morning. And then kind of meander in North Florida, South Georgia, and then back into parts of South Carolina as well. That's where a big-time flood threat is going to be possible as well tomorrow. So that's the latest on Debby. Again, that track coming in at 5 o'clock. The next track comes in at 11 o'clock. So just in about probably 40 minutes, the Hurricane Center typically releases it anywhere from 10:30 to 11 o'clock, depending upon when they get the update out, when they get their forecast products made and everything like that. So just wanted to hop on here really quick, and then we're going to go in depth once we get back to the official advisory coming up in about 30 minutes. So we're going to put the countdown on, and we're going to be back for a full update in about 40 minutes. Thanks, guys.